Welcome back, everyone. At the LGT studio, brought to you by Contact Lost. It's day 4 of the London Grand Tournament. This is the marathon of 40k, and to start us off, we've got the man who has been running for the longest time, Manny Cheema.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me on again.
It's a pleasure to have you, as always. So, Manny, what's it like? You've played 12 games already?
This is game number 13 coming up.
Over 3 days.
Yeah.
So how are you handling it endurance-wise? I mean, both mentally and physically.
I'm okay. I think the key is just getting a good night's sleep and then having lots of water with you on the day. Mm-hmm. So I turned up on day 1 with a 12-pack of water, 12 bottles of water. I was like, you just need to chill out, really. When you're at your table as well, try not to get stressed. Just go along with everything, how it is and stuff like that, and just chill out, take a minute, step back in your opponent's turn, have a drink of water and just, chill a little bit. I think that's the best way. And, I would recommend, if you're playing games and you're planning on trying to make it as far as you can, sit down, man. Just sit down, in your opponent's turn. I don't do it. And that it really annoys me.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I always just stand and watch, and then I think, I should have sat down, man. I should have sat down. I always regret it at the end. But you just get in the moment. So, just take a minute, sit down, things like that. I think it's very important. But also just the team you have around you as well, quite fortunate, being part of Team Glasshammer. Had Ed and David with me the whole weekend, and we were just, nice and friendly as a team. And
almost
I think,
coaches at
when
the
you have
WTC.
people around you, that kind of lifts you up as well. So yeah, I'm doing good.
So tell me, because I think it was last year that I saw some posts on Facebook and Instagram that you were cooperating with Stephen Box, fit for 40k and so on. Does that mean that you now have 6-packs on your back?
No, 6-packs, bottles of water. That's
all right.
That's the only 6-packs I got.
So 6-packs on Manny's back. I think we owe you guys a little bit of explanation. Manny's always playing cordless, at least every time we're here.
Yeah.
So not only is he now playing the biggest number of games, he's also playing probably the most taxing possible list.
Yeah.
So if anyone, then it's probably Manny who has the most ripped back in all of 40.
And that was actually David who suggested that yesterday.
It's surprisingly okay. I think I'm all right.
Yeah, you have good practice.
Yeah, when I started playing Hordes, when I got out of bed in the morning on the 3rd day, yeah, my back was gone. But I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Fantastic. So tell us something about your experience at the event. You've played in the Invitational. You actually got to play Innis twice. Then you got to play Innis in the main event.
In the main event. That was crazy because I think at that point it was round 5 of the main event. So that was 10 games. We played 10 games and played each other 3 times.
Crazy.
That is insane. Because when we played in the Invitational, that's not that unlikely that would happen because there's only 8 players in your pod. So the chances of those 2 people getting to the end is... And we were seeded 1 and 2 as well. So the odds are that we were going to kind of make it there to the end. So that was interesting. However, then, because I got the second chance, we played 2 different people who had won their own pods. Anything could have happened, but then we both won and then hit each other again. So that was unlikely in itself. But then in round 5, there were still, I believe, 96 undefeated players, something like this. And we hit each other. So it's 1 in 95
the odds
chance that we hit each other. And we still hit each other. Crazy.
But yeah, in the end, you got to win that one game that actually mattered, right?
Well, yeah, kind of. I mean, he won the Invitational final. That's awesome, well done to him. But yeah, that was the one I wanted. So.
Exactly. All right. And what other games have you played? And has any of those either surprised you or been a challenge for you?
Yeah, and especially the games in the round 6 in the shadow round.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all of yesterday was hard. Genuinely, all of yesterday was hard. So the first 3 games were actually fairly easy in my favor kind of thing. However, all of the 4 games played yesterday were quite tricky. I mean, round 1 I had to go into, so round 4 it was, yesterday morning, I had to go into 30 Grey Knight Terminators. That's a lot of anti-infantry. And that game, in my opinion, is literally 50-50. I think if I don't play the Forge Fiends correctly, and he plays his list very well, then it's in his favour. But if I play the Forge Fiends really well and he makes a mistake somewhere, then it's in my favour. It's literally like that. And I managed to get him in one turn where he bought 2 Terminator units out, and I managed to get the undivided Forge Fiend, seeing both, and then he wasn't expecting me to just go, okay, my entire army is not going to move. So then he couldn't Mist of Demos one away. So I was like, okay, I'll shoot the one with the relic. So he teleported away with the relic, and then I was like, now I'll shoot the other one because you can't go anywhere. And the Forge Fiend killed 8 Terminators, and that put me straight back in the game.
And you're very familiar with the Grey Knights, right? Because
because Ed plays them, yeah. So we got that one. Then round 5, of course, was Innis. Very, very close game. I believe it was 84-81 to me, so very, very close game. The difference was he, in turn 1, because I went first, and I don't think Innis was expecting, in turn 1, I moved my cultists 6 inches. I put them right on the front line, because the way that Innis had angled his units, when he moved, he would be like 13, 14 inches away, even with me being on the front line, and then I could have used the Nurgle strat. So I literally put them right on the front line with no threat, and then he also had his Nurglings like 5 inches from the center on his side, I believe. So I moved 6 inches forward and then charged into them turn 1, and I blocked off the whole of the middle of the board in a circle.
So he couldn't get in there.
So he couldn't get deploy teleport homers turn 1, otherwise it would have been a draw.
All right.
So that turn 1 stopping of deploy made it 84-81.
Yes, smart play, definitely.
So that was a very, very close fought game. He's obviously a great player, so...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And then you played another great player, because I think at that stage you don't face anyone else. There are only fine player, or the finest of players. So you've played Anthony Vanilla
with his World Leaders.
So again, it sounds like it was, a lone mower. It was supposed to run into you and just rinse you off the table.
other side.
But apparently didn't happen. So tell us all about it.
Yeah, so that one is a little bit weird. Again, I think if you try to play to reserve your assets for the long game, I don't think it works in that game. I think you have to be prepared to lose some things at the start to then get a big punch. And I think he went for exactly what I wanted him to go for. He went for the turn 1 charge with all 3 8-bound units and the Lord Avocado, as we like to call him. And in my head I was like, if he goes for that, that's like a good 600, 700 points of his army. And I thought in my head...
arm's reach, right?
Yeah, and in my head I thought, if I lose like 300 points to kill 700, I'm cool with that, because then he's really dwindling on units.
Good bargain.
Yeah, he then has like
He's not
5
trading
Berserkers with a character, 10 Berserkers with a character, and Angron. Like, that's all that's left after that, pretty much, that does damage to me. So I put all 3 Accursed Cultist bricks right at the front, but just like 2 inches back from my front line, pretty much, like an inch from the ruins. And then all the places where he could put models, I screened with my 3 20-man regular cultist units. And I was like, so all he can hit turn 1 is 60 normal cultists. I know I won't have an invuln, so they'll probably melt straight away, but it's only the regular ones. And in the end, he didn't roll high enough to then, because he had to chance like 7-inch charge on the 3rd unit, so he decided to go down the middle and just hit 2 of my 20-mans. And he wiped one of them entirely, but then the other one had 3 8-bound attack and they killed 13. So he killed 33. And at that point I was like, okay, I've lost about 200 points. And then, what happened in return was I did kill all 12 8-bound and the Lord Invocatus. So I started getting the steam early on, basically.
So I guess the key to that matchup, but please confirm if that is correct, the key to that matchup is to understand how far they can reach and then decide how you want to spoon feed them units. Because you're going to lose something definitely, but it's your decision making, like what they are going to run into.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
I think that's only because it was the list that I was playing. Because I don't think anybody else has 40 or 60 bodies that they can just put at the front and go, oh, you can kill all this, I don't mind. I think most lists, if they put 60 models at the front, that's almost their entire army.
So I remember we did an interview on the first day with Anthony. It didn't go on YouTube, it went on, I think, Instagram. So it was very short. But Anthony said that he was playing on Dawn of War against Necrons, and he said that his opponent had like no idea how his army works, even though he explained. But explaining and listening
and seeing it on the board is totally different.
Three different things. So so the Necron player just put some stuff in the middle, and Anthony just charged into him and ate him.
It's
and then
insane
he said,
if you understand it, because like if you look at the board edge in Dawn of War, the entire board is 44 inches, and if he's 10 inches forward, so there's only 34 inches between him and the back of your board there's 34 inches, and the 8-bound go maximum 35. They can charge off the back of the board.
Pretty much, onto
So
the next table.
this is what I mean. You can't really dictate what you want to give them unless you have 1 or 2 chaff units that are like 15 to 20 models that you can just go, cool, if you kill this, I'm killing a big chunk of your arm.
Yeah, so
Then it's okay, but it's very hard to actually see exactly where they can reach and what you want to give them.
Yeah.
It really is.
So we've had you on during the Invitational, and we were talking about the differences in your list from the Invitational and the one you're playing at the main event. You mentioned a little bit of piece of tech by putting the Mark of Nurgle on one of the accursed cultists.
Yeah.
Did you actually get to use that? Did it come
In the
useful?
shadow round, it's nice that you said that. In literally the game after that, in the shadow round, it was key because I was playing against Josh, and like that, in my opinion, that's my worst matchup of the entire of the 760 players. That's the one I want to play the least. It's the hardest game for me. But I put all of the purple unit of Cursed Cultists right on the front line, 0.1 inches back, so that when he moves his knight, because he can move baby knights through walls, so the brigands can move 12 in a straight line, ignoring all the cover terrain, and then shoot me. So I deployed so that none of them could get me turn 1 if I used the Nurgle strat. And then I waited, so when he shot me with his first knight, I let him shoot, and that killed the three of the guys from the Dark Commune that I never want, and 1 big guy. And then what that does is when he then declared the next knight, I then use the Nurgle strat. So I had my entire unit except for 1 big guy, and then that 1 big guy raises at the front, and that gives me roughly 3.5, 4 inches of extra movement. And then I used advance and charge turn 1 to get his changeling and tie him down at the back. And I got a few free shots with my Forge Fiends. And in turn 2, Josh committed with a lot of things. And we got very, very lucky on our set. And I'm talking like 3 knights, hitting on 2s, winning on 2s, with 36 attacks, killed 3 cultists. So 3 knights killed 3 accursed cultists. And yeah, and then that flank collapsed. And he accidentally gave me a charge on the blue scribes on his home objective with warped out. Well, I had to go 26, but we advanced 17 and then charged 9, and we killed the scribes and took the home objective.
Yeah,
and
that
then it
snowballed
just
pretty quickly
it
after
snowballed
that.
pretty quickly after that. So yeah, the Nurgle came in very useful there. I didn't play any Tau, so it didn't come in for the game that it was supposed to be there for, but it definitely helped in a few games. It helped in that one. And the key to the Innis game was also that one, because that was the unit I put on the one flank where he didn't have much output, and I used the Nurgle strat on them when the 4 obliterators shot them like 2 times. And that also was the key, because if Innis would have killed 1 more character unit, he would have won the game by 1. And that unit was the only one with a character and the blue scribes left at the end. So yeah.
Wow, so the winning path for you this time, not an easy one.
No,
Innis, Anthony, Josh, I mean, top of the top, creme de la creme.
Yeah.
So,
And now I'm playing Guillaume.
Yeah, so
perfect. You mentioned that. Before we let you go, how are you feeling going into that game against Eldari?
So, I believe the Eldari matchup is one, again, that's like 50-50. I think I have to play very, very well and not give him a good in-carn jumps. Like, I need to keep Abaddon where there's only hard kills around him. If I leave some easy kills around Abaddon and he gets into Abaddon, the game will snowball in his favor. But if I play Abaddon and the things around him carefully for the Incarn drop, then I believe there's too many bodies in my list for the Eldar players in general to shift. So I do have a game plan into this. It's not as bad as the 12 Chaos Knights. Let's just hope that the luck is on my side still.
I mean, if you can turn around a game against Knights, then probably turning a game around against Eldar is also...
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
So,
Right. Thank you, Manny, for coming on. We'll let you off to prepare for the game.
Thank you very much for having me
we'll
on.
be back with you guys in a couple of moments. And we're back. We've got another guest on. It's Majson from Contact Lost / Team Ignite.
Slash Team Poland.
/ Team Poland.
Don't forget, please.
/ himself, / Piracup, / whatever else you might think of. Nonetheless, you were judging yesterday during the Shadow Round. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the two games that were happening then from your perspective.
So from my perspective, I was judging the game with Mani against Josh. So I initially thought that Josh has an advantage in this matchup. Like Mani said just a couple of minutes before, Renegade Knights are like very good in this matchup, but just decided to go with a wrong game plan, in my opinion. I discussed this with him afterwards, and he agreed with what happened. Basically, he overcommitted, deciding to go with tacticals instead of playing defensively, trying to deny bringing down points, because actually the terrain setup and Mani's list is really like cannot push too aggressive. Because you can easily avoid angles from fortune shooting if Amani wants to hide them, and he always wants to hide them. And accursed cultists have like one staging ruin in the middle that can be used for that, but if they go there, there's basically one squad that will trade for a single knight. So if you play this defensively, you can like kill with no line of sight shooting. You can kill just standard cultists in the back, try to reduce them, or at least try to reduce them to like non-meaningful numbers. Then, for example, do Homer's clans, or even engage is like okay-ish. And by going tactical, this forces you to commit. And if you overcommit against this kind of army that Mani plays, you will just get smashed.
Yeah,
because
then
then
you in the back.
Yeah, because from the distance there's just one thing that can kill a knight. That's fortunes.
Yeah.
And we got accursed cultists that, of course, they got advance and charge, but one use only. And then they need to like roll high on the advance. So when they are hiding, if you roll too low for advance, you wouldn't even risk. And you already wasted your charge after advancing. Also, Josh enabled warp talents to go into his dizzy and capture home objective.
Yeah, what Manny mentioned moments ago.
Yeah, the thing is that it was a 5th game, so if you're not like knowing the pairing, if you don't know how to play it, you'll make mistakes.
And then there's fatigue, then there's all that. Yeah.
So
and dice also go into play.
Yeah, then dice went into play, and just Mani got an advantage, and that was the story.
And Josh couldn't recover.
Yeah.
You got any intel about the other game from the Shadow Round? So your teammate Chris Ratford playing against Nas on the stream?
Yeah, unfortunately I just watched the ending of the game. It was a really close game, fighting to the end. Again, Chris was fighting for assassination points. Both were playing tacticals, but unfortunately my teammate lost a couple of points.
But the game was on stream, so yeah, and I saw that many people actually watched it. It was like 760 or 780 people watching that game. So I don't think we need to go into the detail.
Good numbers.
Yeah, amazing numbers. So well done on Joe to actually be able to stream the entire event for what, like 3 days straight, and now the 4th day. So again, I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm gonna say it today. Go and check some money into his face, because he's doing an amazing job. And if you want to see him at the LGT again, then definitely that would help.
Yep, and the round starts at 9:30 a.m. BST, and Joe should be streaming the game between Vic VJ and Liam VSL. So a very, very exciting match.
Another teammate of yours.
Yeah. So
even two.
So Vic.
Even two.
After this event, I have to say Vic's specialty is making team kills.
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire VJ.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Vic Friendly Fire VJ. That's his new nickname. Yeah, this we discussed yesterday this should be the final probably here,
yeah.
but it's happening already now, so it will be a very interesting game. It is going live, so we encourage you
At
all
least
to.
you got that going, right? They're actually playing in the event and they're on stream.
They will be on stream, so you can watch the game, you can see what's happening, and this are like one of the best players here. So
Yeah, it's definitely a game to watch because not only is it going to be entertaining, it's also going to be educational. If you don't know Vic VJ is basically the Bob Ross of 40k with the smoothest, silkiest voice out there. So not only is he a great player, but he is just a joy to listen to if you enjoy ASMR. And then Liam VSL is, if you haven't heard before, well, many people call him the 40k god, a really young prodigy who has, we don't know where his skill comes from, but he's so talented and so full of surprises that if you want to see the top of the top, even like, you know, LGT level, LVO level, WTC level, then this is absolutely the game that you should be watching.
Exactly.
Yep, oddly enough, we've already covered the lists in the studio many a time. So Vic's playing the Ignite Eldari list, Incarn, Fugan, a blob of Wraithguard, 2 units of Warp Spiders, a unit of Shadow Spectres, and most importantly 3 Night Spinners, along with the usual character support, Autark, Farseer, Spiritseer, and all that jazz. Liam is playing a Chaos Space Marine list of 3 Chaos Lords, a unit of 10 man, Chosen, and 2 units of 5 man, 2 Rhinos, 2 Forge Fiends, 2 times 2 Obliterators, 2 units of Warp Talents, Celesky, Blue Scribes, and Nurglings.
So absolutely all the Chaos good stuff, and apparently it plays. So tell us something about this matchup. Like, who do you feel? Both are your teammates, so you can give us an unbiased opinion about this. Do Chaos Space Marines stand a chance against Eldari?
And we've already had this matchup come up before, played by Brian and Alex Sacco.
Yeah, and those they are exact same lists. So
Yeah, exactly. So,
what a coincidence.
so what can happen here? Will the outcome be the same, or
so
does the mission play a part?
The thing is, the first thing very important is who goes first. Because if Eldari just go first, they will have an advantage. They can try to kill a Rhino, to like teleport Incarn and stuff. There are a couple of plays that can actually help Liam to defend, but yeah, we'll see how it goes exactly. In the end, Eldars got an advantage. I also played a different list of Eldari against Liam when he was when we were at Polish Team Champs, and we are like training after the Polish Team Champs. We played that, and Eldari got a big advantage because Night Spinners just are really good into Chaos Space Marines. The thing is, as an Eldari player, you need to open the Rhino as soon as possible and teleport Incarn and do some Incarn stuff. Then the game is more or less open. On the other hand, if Chaos starts and rush in and make some, for example, lucky charges, because then you put 2 warp swap talents in reserves, you put oblits in the reserves, and you are just putting the pressure into Eldari. Then Eldari might actually not recover from that.
Yeah, it takes a good general to actually be able to withstand that early pressure.
Yeah, especially that on these maps you can't actually hide Night Spinners, and the Eldar list just doesn't have the screening potential, at least in this version. Of course, they do have some screens, but you need to, like, if you
want to use them for something else.
Yes, exactly. If you use them for screening, like Warp Spiders and stuff, then you will not do missions well. Yeah, that can actually open the play for Chaos Space Marines. It's still a game. It's not something near a no game solution. Against in the game Brian versus Sacco, Brian went first and got really lucky. With 2 spinners killing a Rhino, teleporting Incarn inside and stuff. Then Alex was just not rolling good enough to recover from that. But yeah, I would say I believe in Liam.
All right. So before we go to the next matchups, because there are a bunch of other games happening as well, can you tell us a little bit? And we did mention this in the past, I think, talking to Brian as well. Can you tell you're the freshest addition to the Team Ignite family, so to say, I think. So can you tell us something about the chemistry within the team, the interactions, how the team prepares? Is it an actual team, or is it just a bunch of singles players that throw ideas at each other?
I think it's it used to be like more like singles guys, but they decided to go more like a team, and we're building this team spirit right now. That's my impression. When I joined them, it's already happening, and we are targeting also team events. Of course, I will need to split my attention from Team Poland and Team Ignite.
I think you'll manage.
Yeah, I'll manage somehow. And yeah, I can also team kill.
If need be.
Friendly fire is
Friendly
acceptable.
fire.
Collateral damage.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like Team Ignite is fine with friendly fire, as we can
As
clearly
we
see.
can clearly see, yeah, they can recover and come back,
Yeah,
regrow some parts.
So the team spirit is actually really good. All of us are good friends. We met each other at the table. We played each other. I played with Boris, Brian, before I played also with Vic, with Liam a couple of times. We are constantly in the discussion. So yeah, it's really. I'm literally looking forward to this cooperation.
Awesome.
So we also started a Facebook page, so you're all invited to just search Team Ignite, follow us. We'll post our updates. We'll do our relations from the tournaments we attend. We are from different countries, different communities, so.
And the team's competitive scene in the UK is only really starting to grow, even though this is an area where building teams is very common. This is still a singles-focused country. However, Zach, so the owner of the UKTC and the showrunner of the UKTC, announced yesterday during the awards ceremony that there are going to be more and more teams events that are going to have their independent UKTC circuit just for teams. So all those teams that we know that gather singles players are now potentially going to change their focus, and it's going to be extremely interesting to follow that as well, and we will try to do our best to report on that too. So if you are interested, if you want to stay up to date with Team Ignite's updates, check out their Facebook page, and you will get all the latest information up there. Do we want to move on to
We've got 3 more games to cover, because the OGT is not just all about Team Ignite. There are other players here as well, so we've
Why
got...
Well, it's your doing, you need to invite them all.
So we've got Aidan Brocklehurst playing Space Marines with Aggressors, Deathwing Knights, 2 units of 3-man Plasma and Scepters, 2 Redemptors and 2 units of Scouts, and all the character support that's needed to run this. He's playing Nas on the double Wraithguard blob, with Knight, Spinner, Fugan and Gun, 3 units of Swooping Hawks as action monkeys, and well, that's pretty much it, because 20 Wraithguard is like 1,000 points almost. So I'm a little bit worried that all of these games have 1 Eldar player in them, so we are in a risk of a top 4 Eldar finish. Majson, what do you think? Do Space Marines stand a chance against Double Wraithguard?
I think it's still an advantage for Eldar, because these are Space Marines, so they got. There are a bunch of 2-up, 3-up saves with high damage potential, but Eldars are like they have all they need. All action monkeys, especially Phantasm. So they have a potential to actually do some damage, even to 2-up, 3-up save. So I'm a little bit worried that we might have an Eldar coming from this one. But it's still the best faction in the game.
Yeah.
Clearly.
They have like 1 counter with maybe 2 counters.
We're about to see if Space Marines
with you
are one of those
having
countries.
said that, and Mania apparently playing something that could play Eldar, I'm really rooting for him, so we don't have an all Eldar finish here. He's playing Guillaume from Team Belgium. He's running a bit of a different take on Eldar, with a little bit of Harlequins mixed in. So he's got the Incon and Fugan and Blob of Wraithguard as you do, but he's got 2 Troop Masters, 2 Star Weavers and 2 Troop units, and 2 Night Spinners and a unit of Shadow Spectres. So what do you think about the Harlequin units?
Yeah, I love them.
Are they okay? Because last year you played Harlequins for the whole season.
I'm a Harlequin player, so yeah. I still I played one game with that, and I still know how to roll 4-ups.
Yeah, but the Harlequin,
Yeah, to be honest.
the Harlequin units never made it into Vic's list or Liam's.
the
Sorry,
majority of
the
the
majority of those.
It depends on what do you need, because these are two different takes. Like Harlequins are really good units. They are really good units. We can do some damage, finish stuff on the objectives, then jump back into boats. They're not as mobile as they used to be, because no charge after advance, and bolts need to go around the
Yeah,
terrain.
exactly.
But you can actually clear the objective and jump back to the boat behind the ruin. So they are really good.
Yeah, that's
They
invaluable.
open top and stuff, transports. They're really good. On the other hand, the problem is that they give up easy assassination points. So because you eventually in the game you will need to use your troop masters, and they will die. They will they will
very
die.
squishy.
So actually playing fixed against this kind of Eldar list is like a better solution. This list is also much worse against GSC, for example, because you just don't care about toughness 3 stuff and boats, because you just kill boats and then
You can open up stuff easily.
and there are. But on the other hand, it's there's more skill involved in this list from Eldari part, and I think also Liam's list of Crushfuls also includes Harlequins.
Okay.
So Liam's take on elves is to include Harlequins as well. So it depends on the player preference.
Okay.
Right.
So it remains to be seen how that's how that goes. And then we have our last game. So we have Hugo playing into Oliver Weiss from the captain of Team France. So we have Eldar, again played by Hugo, into Space Marines or Raven Guard, we could say. So the Eldari list contains an Autarch Wayleaper, a Farseer, Fugan again, a Solitaire, a Spirit Seer, Incarn, obviously, 2 Night Spinners, some Hawks, 3 units of Warp Spiders for doing missions and so on, and applying some damage and early pressure, and then 10 Wraith Guard. So another take on an Eldari list. I mean, the book has just so many options. That is the Solitaire a unit that immediately catches your eye, or is that a unit that you would ignore and never take?
I'd say it's like medium pick, something in between. It's not an auto pick for me personally, because it's a character with 3 wounds.
Yeah, it's even squishier.
It's really squishy if you don't roll your saves, for example. When I played against Yokul in Invitational, he died to like Overwatch from Flamers. But yeah, it can do some damage, but it's one use.
Yeah.
If you don't have, especially this list doesn't have both. So the correct play with Solitaire would be attack something, finish off, jump into the boat.
Yeah, but there are no boats.
There are no boats here.
So yeah, nothing speaks glass cannon as much as a Solitaire, probably.
Yeah, I think so. His profile is also not that efficient for points, I guess. If you use him one time, so you need to like find a solution how to use him a couple of times.
It needs to be a surgical strike, basically.
Yeah, and with boats, he does make sense in the list. That's my personal opinion, of course. But without boats, his players are limited, basically.
Okay. And he's playing into Oliver. So Oliver has an Apothecary Biologist. He has Kyvan Shrike to make this list actually Raven Guard. And then 6 Aggressors, 6 Inceptors, 2x3 Inceptors, a Land Raider Redeemer that we saw yesterday with those Aggressors. It doesn't even have to do much. It just sits there close to the middle of the table and denies the opponent access to the middle because these guys can jump out, advance, and then flame whatever they see. And then we have a Land Speeder, 2x5 Sniper Scouts, 10x Vanguard Veterans with jump packs, and 3 Whirlwinds. So yesterday on stream we could see one of the games played by Oliver and his wonderful army. We saw him playing Andrew Bourbon, playing Tau.
Yeah, in round 5.
And we were actually quite surprised to see how efficient the whirlwinds can be if Oliver gets to put out-of moments on something. And essentially, I think he removed 4 crisis suits out of a 6-man unit.
Yep.
So do you expect that the game is going to go along those lines as well? That, you know, putting the whirlwinds into good use and then just coming for whatever is left after that barrage of fire?
So maybe from a high-level perspective, this list is different to the other lists because they what catches my eye is Triple Inceptor, Triple Inceptor squad, which actually can work well into Eldari. Because Eldari now have a tough decision to make. Do I want to screen 3 inches everywhere?
But yeah, slow myself down, so to say.
Yeah, if they screen, then they expose themselves to all the shooting and don't get the board. Or just accept that 12 Inceptors will come and kill something. And imagine just 12 Inceptors going into Eldars.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will just die. So it's near the case of GSC playing into Eldars, but with GSC it's even worse because the entire army just deep strikes in the face and shoot. Here we got triple whirlwind. They can do some damage. There will be a decision by Olivier to make. Do I want to focus on important targets like Night Spinners, like maybe not Inkern, but or
some of the meaningful stuff,
or just to kill all the scoring units.
Yeah,
so that will be a decision. Both can work, depending on the table, on
the board
situation. But it will be very interesting, and this Inceptor's play will be like the crucial moment of the game. Personally, I think that Oliver got an advantage, taking into consideration skill, underdog list, and surprises. Maybe not the pure faction power, because Eldars are still Eldars. But on the other hand, Oliver got all the assets that he can actually play this game.
And if you have the time, we wholeheartedly recommend that you go and rewatch the stream from round 5 where Oliver's playing. It's really an expert show of how the game's meant to be played.
I mean, yeah, if you want to experience what almost like 40k coaching looks like, then that game is a one to watch, because you get all those like bird's eye views onto the table, and you can see Oliver, using those little rulers and so on, showing like, and playing by intent, especially explaining everything to his opponent, like, I'm positioning this in that way so you cannot see it, you cannot see around the edge over here, and so on, you cannot land here, you cannot land here. So he has like, I don't know, 7 or 8 of those little rulers, and you can see them fantastically. I saw Joe's monitor when that was happening. Like, you can see just those lines denying the table to his opponent, because Andrew obviously had quite a lot of units in reserve, and they just couldn't get on the table, and definitely not in the place where he wanted them to come. So yeah, it was just a perfect, wonderful schooling by France's team captain.
He would be a very good GSC player.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If he didn't like his Space Marines so much.
He's very loyal to the Space Marines.
All right, that is it for the, let's call it an introduction to the round. So thank you, Majson. Your insight is always invaluable. And now we strongly recommend, first of all, that you open another bookmark. Don't close this bookmark, because we will be back at the end of the round to give you all the latest information about how it is going, who has the advantage, who is looking like they are going to win, what decisions they have made. But then also make sure that you have a second bookmark open where War Games Live is going, because that's where the games are happening. Yeah, we probably have like a cross feed between the channels, but if you want to get the early discussions on our channel, just leave the bookmark open, and we will be back like half an hour before the rounds end, or maybe 15 minutes before the rounds end. We will put that on the screen so we will know exactly, and then yeah, come join us. We will have another discussion. If any games finish early, then we will invite the players, probably both of them, to have a conversation and see how the game went. So a lot of interesting content still to come. Stay tuned, because we are here to report it for you. For now, thank you, and until later.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. This is another floor walk of the, what is it? The semi-final, I think, of the LGT. Yeah, behind me you can see the game that is currently being streamed on War Games Live. So we have Liam VSL versus Vic VJ, both members of Team Ignite. I think this is turn 2 of the Chaos Space Marines. So Liam has just entered from reserves with his Forge Fiend and some other units to apply pressure on Vic's backline. So Vic is now reshuffling his units. I think he is using Phantasm. It might be not that timestamp, but yeah, apparently something like that is happening right now. So Vic applied early dominance with his Incarn, jumped into Liam's backline. Now Liam is doing exactly the same. He's retaliating. He just appeared on Vic's table half, and he is now going to apply his pressure and definitely do some damage. So it's a very much unresolved game, turn 2 only. So we will come back later to see how they do. Now, if you follow me, we will go to the room where the rest of the games are happening. If you look over here, you will see Manny's fan club. So we have David and Ed from Glasshammer Gaming actually discussing some meanies and so on. Who's going to win the LGT, guys?
Manny, 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 Manny.
No surprise there. So the best fan club you can have. Also some people that Manny usually bounces his ideas off and consults when he's building his lists and preparing for tournaments. So yeah, it's a good group of people to have. And now we are entering the room where a small RTT is happening in the back. But in the front 3 tables are actually tables where you can see the games of the LGT, the final games of the LGT happening. On the first table, we have Guillaume playing his Eldar versus Manny and his accursed cultist spam, or cultist spam in general. So maybe Vitalis can get some nice close-ups of the miniatures, because the Incarn is just amazing. It's wonderful. It's a little bit loud in the room. I hope it doesn't get in the way. But yeah, the table is looking again like it's unresolved, and Manny does what Manny does. So he charged his cultist into the middle of the table, and he is now showing his dominance. Actually, Guillaume needs to fall back to run away from the cultist spam threat. On the second table, if you look at the second table, you will see that the table is actually empty, and this is because Nas has just finished his game. The game didn't even last a full hour, so he overwhelmed his opponent. He was playing Aiden Brocklehurst with his aggressors, the Deathwing Knights and so on. Apparently this time the Deathwing Knights were not enough to face the 20 Wraith Guard onslaught, and he caved in pretty early. So a lot of free time for Nas now to actually prepare for the next game, although he doesn't know what his pairing is yet, because yeah, the other games have not finished. And I'm approaching now the table where Oliver Weiss is playing HUGO. So we have Space Marines playing into Eldar again. As we mentioned in the previous entry, almost every single table in here sees Eldar, if not every single table. So we have 2 Space Marines, 2 Chaos Space Marines, and 2 Eldar playing together. And we'll see who will remain victorious. But let's hope, fingers crossed, or yeah, we're holding our thumbs, as we say in Polish, that we don't see a full Eldar roster in the Final Four. We also have Majson wandering here around, so maybe Majson can give us some deeper insight into what is going on. We don't have the best background to do this, but the room is quite loud. So, Majson, I will do my best now. I will unbutton my suit just for you. Don't look, guys. And I will pass on the mic to Majson, so Majson can give you the rundown of the games and tell us how it's going.
Okay, so let's start from the bottom table. So Olivier playing his version of Space Marines against Eldari. Eldari went first, so it's a tough situation for Olivier, but from what I see on the table, it's still a game. I don't have a direct insight because they have just started a couple of minutes. Yeah, a couple of minutes. Yeah, some time ago. So it's hard to say anything.
It's very fresh.
One game has already finished. So Eldari versus another Space Marines. It was quite easy matchup here. And Nassim said that his opponent made some mistakes and basically opened the game and finished quite early. Yeah. We got Manny versus Guillaume from Team Belgium. Here is really tough situation for Eldari. It's like Eldari just don't have enough shots to kill everything.
Deal with that
Yeah.
mob of cultists.
Yeah, and Liam versus Vic is a very interesting game. Liam made some like a push at turn 1. Vic
Welcome back, everyone. This is another floor walk of the. What is it? We are live with yet another interview, first of many today, to sum up the the quarterfinal now of the LGT. So some of the games have already finished. Some of them are nearing the finish. So we've seen some of the games. Oliver Weiss playing his opponent, probably locked into the quarter of his table. That's not looking good for him, but it's still not the end of the game. So I haven't seen the scoreboard. Perhaps Oliver is in a good situation points-wise. But anyway, we will bring you more details about that soon. But to kick off our interview series, we start with someone who has finished the game in, I guess, under an hour. And by the way, if you want to see live, or not live, but like very detailed shows of how the games are going, check out our Contact Lost Instagram, because we do upload videos over there of how the games are going. So yeah, if you are not watching War Games Live or want a break from War Games Live and from what we are doing here, go to our Instagram, and there are many videos, photos, and so on. Also check out the Facebook page of the London Grand Tournament, because Vitalis is uploading some professional pictures there. Also Joker has contributed to that with some amazing pictures as well. But now onto the interview. So Nas, tell us something about your army and your game. So what have you brought, and yeah, what are you looking to achieve at this LGT?
Of course. So I've brought a fun list by my standards. Just to clarify that. I've taken Eldari, of course. I took a different variant compared to a lot of other people. I know Ignite went with the triple spinner variant. I actually went down a different route with an extra layer of thickness with 10 more Wraith Guards. So I'm running 20 Wraith Guard with an extra facet to make sure that they are both fortuned. Essentially, that's like the main concept of the list. I you can probably imagine how it works. Runs at people, Bungas, all can play quite defensively quite well, and is able to play the primary and secondary game very, very solidly to always a high level or high standard of points. My game today, one of my games in general, but I'll talk about my game today. I was able to go first, and because the Night Spinner is a broken data sheet, I was able to stop his Deathwing Knights from going anywhere ever with a max threat range of 15. So I think I said it's 8 inches in, because I could just phantasm away. So I was 8 inches away from him and unchargeable, which was perfect. And from turn 1, I was able to get deploy and homers in his deployment zone with Hawks due to their speed and being on the line. And after they eventually died, the Incarn is now in his DZ, which he couldn't deal with it after committing most of his army, which then was able to clean up alongside a Wraith Guard that was supporting it and controlling the primary, which ended up landsliding quite a bit. But yes, a little bit about my list and my game.
So were you, I don't want to say afraid, but like when you heard whom you will be playing today, did you do any special preparation for that game, or did you know that you have it in the bank?
No, I don't think you can ever say they have any game in the bank, regardless. Like even if you're favored on paper, like upsets do happen, and upsets are a thing. So I definitely walked in there with like, I'm going to take this like as seriously as I took my last game, as I took the game before that. Just going all to the same level, regardless of list of opponent. On paper, I do have, I guess you could say, the advantage. However, my approach to it is not, I've got the advantage, let's, get a bit greedy. It's like, I've got the advantage, let's make sure I don't let it slip. And only take what I can take and what I am given, and not try to bite off more than I can chew. Don't try to get cute or anything, just standing game plan.
So somehow we didn't get a chance to have you on earlier, but you have played some high-profile players along the way already. So like Carl Grandi, you've played Alex Harrison. Why don't you tell us a bit about the games from yesterday and the day before?
Yeah, of course. So with the game yesterday with Christopher Radford, my closest game of the event, he was using the CM7 list that Liam VSL is currently playing on stream. A very strong list, very powerful. Definitely, I'd say CSM favored when playing with Zelda. So the board pressure, it's like it can, essentially give out, and the damage that it can unleash. CSM has a lot of damage output with the Forge Fiends, probably imagine the Lords with their Dev Wounds and damage free hammers once per game with Undivided, and all the Dark Packs is really, really powerful and really, really brutal. That game was always going to be a close game. Ended up, especially with the mission, because the mission was essentially both players are going to match primary, so it came down to the secondaries. And his secondaries were essentially reliant on him interacting with me with Assassinate and Deploy. Like one of them was, one was behind enemy lines and Deploy. And I was able to leverage the Incarn and pick up quite a bit, and then put it in a position where if he tries to go for the Incarn, his army would be out of position, which was what had happened. His army was out of position, so he wasn't able to hit the Wraithguard bricks after I had played another 10 quite defensive with them, and then able to push up slowly but surely. I didn't want to give him more assassinate points, as he had killed Fugan twice for 8, and then also killed the Incarn for 4, so that was 12, and in my head, can't really afford to give him any more, as I've already dropped 3 points on behind enemy lines, as I forgot to get turn 1, so maximum I could get on it was 16, and I realised I was not going to have essentially 16 on it. I was going to get 3, potential 1 or 2 extra additional points on it with 2 units towards the late of the game, which is what happened in the end. Scored me a 14 on it. So I knew with that combo of Deploy in his backfield and he can never get in mine, I was going to score more on Deploy by like 3 or 4 points. And then I had to, because he had the 12 on Assassinate, I realised I need to play defensively with my Spirit Seers and with my characters, make sure he can't actually reach any of them. Because if he was able to max that, then he would take hits by a point. So I needed to essentially not let him max it and leverage that advantage there, which I was able to do by putting Spirits behind the wall. So even if he does charge me with Chaos Lords, which is what I wanted to bait out earlier on, which was good, I was able to kill 2 of them before any committed into me, and so he wouldn't be able to push me out, and I would be able to essentially win that secondary game, as the primary game was always going to be a 50-50.
All right. Tell us something about the 20 Wraithguard tech. Is that, when you bring 2 bricks of 10 Wraithguard, does that mean that one of them is, sort of expendable and you can afford to do like risky plays and play aggressively because you have the other one, or is there more to it?
So the way I see it, right, is that with the 20 Wraithguard brick, you have the initial brick, which everyone has, which is a very strong Phantasm with it. He's got Fate's Messenger. That brick is the stronger compared to the second brick. However, it's how they work with each other on the table. You can play them next to each other, which is what I did, support one another, because even though the Chaos does good damage, outside of the Undivided Forge Fiend, it does actually do super damage to a Wraithguard with -1 to wound. So they're close to each other to support each other. However, when you play them on a flank, one flank, it's really hard for your opponents to actually push you, and they're still quite durable bodies. It's hard to engage with them because if you shoot them, they'll shoot you back.
Yep.
They're -1 to wound. They resuscitate. They actually have access to Phantasm, and they're actually able to control the primary quite well. And if somebody ever tries to dogpile and kill a squad, which is already quite hard to do, there's few armies that have profiles to kill Wraithguard in an activation. If you give them an activation, they'll shoot you back and do quite a significant amount of damage back. Then you have the other squad that can go and support it. So like my previous game, we went in, he killed 5 Wraithguard, regrew 1, had 6. Most of the case where people only have 10, those 6 Wraithguard aren't doing that much, like they can do a bit. However, because you have support from the other 10, you can clean up what had done damage to your Wraithguard, and then they don't have that much, like you can keep doing damage back, and then you start to out-attrition them that way, and then you can start pushing up the board.
So do you believe that this is what gives you the advantage in a mirror matchup, for example?
Yeah, so I think in a matchup against like the list that remain, the triple spinner one would probably be the one that gives him the most pause, as even though it's not occupying space as much as my list is, it is, I guess you can say, it's very good attrition because you can just keep shooting all 3 spinners into a single Wraithguard unit. If he wants to go for damage and fish for damage, or he can cripple them and just actually piece away at the other units. I don't know which one's the correct answer. It's probably tougher, but he's able to proc his Incarn easier. However, I'm able to occupy board space better, but it's quite hard if 3 spinners shoot a Wraithguard brick, and then his Wraithguard brick tries to go up below that one, so they're all just trading, and it's actually quite a tough game, and probably my toughest game with the triple spinner. 2 spinners is manageable, as you're able to trade your Yincon for at least a spinner, maybe 2, which was what would have to happen if I was to play that mirror game. I'd have to trade my Yincon for 2 spinners, maybe a unit of chaff, and then that makes it a little bit more plausible, because then I'm playing 20 Wraith Guard, and even if I have no spinner, these 10 Wraith Guard and 1 spinner, and that's a fine game, and a Yincon. And the Yincon in the mirror doesn't do damage to the Wraith Guard, so because I've got more Wraith Guard, Yincon does less damage to actually the majority of my list.
All right.
So going first is still crucial, though.
Yes, I've got. I think it's almost safe to say that the person who goes first in that matchup has a massive momentum advantage and primary advantage as well. As if you're playing like the Wraith Guardist I am, you can auto advance 1 squad and then another squad with a Fate dice, and then they just 12 inches up the board. So now if you shoot them and try to slow them, it doesn't do anything. They're where they want to be, and they're occupying that board space now. And then whilst your Wraith Guard are back, your chaff unit's not really killing the Wraith Guard, and you're like, okay, this is actually quite frustrating. And vice versa, if he goes first, he can slow, so I can't advance into objectives. I can still move a decent amount, so I can still move Phantasm, and then move 4 for 10 with 1 unit, and then move, and then fire and fade with 1 unit for moving 8, but that's 3 CP compared to 1 CP usage, and it's for less movement, which you can still do, but you don't always want to have to do.
Of course. All right, so now faction-wise, what is going to be left on the field most likely are the CSM and Eldari.
Yes.
Which one of those do you feel better geared towards, and which one would you prefer to verse in the semi-final?
So I would prefer to play this Liam compared to this Vic's Eldari, as the mirror is always a bit of a tough one, and Vic has had the practice, playing exposed with teammates that I play, and also having played it 3 times in the event. So I prefer the match with this Liam, even though it's still be tough. Liam, I'd probably say, is definitely a better player than I am. However, it feels like I've got a little bit of a not that much lower of list advantage. Probably has a list advantage as well, but it's not enough that it's a massive gap. So I'd probably prefer to play Liam compared to Vic. And then in the finals, I would prefer to play Eldari for Hugo's list over Manny. Manny's list. Yeah, it's just 100%.
All right.
So is this how it works? So you're essentially going to play the winner of the stream game?
Yeah, play the winner of the stream game. I was hoping to play the winner of the French over there. Make my life so much easier. So much easier. God.
So I asked faction-wise, and now skill-wise. 3 of the 4 people, I mean, we don't know yet, but I assume 3 of the 4 people going into the final are members of Team England, so you're, friends, people you play against fairly and with fairly regularly. But we also have Liam VSL from Belgium, who is an extremely skilled player, an extremely dangerous player on the battlefield. So, skill-wise, who do you fear the most, if anyone?
Oh, Liam.
Liam.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
100%. It's just there's no hesitation there. Skill-wise, so if you ask me who's everything's the better player out of those 3 guys, to me it's Liam, with the way he is able to know when to push and when not to push, like almost instinctively, and rush you in a way where it applies pressure on you without taking damage, and in a way where if you try to counteract and defend, it's rough for you, and finding any like a little crook and a little mistake and able to expose it. Yeah, I'd say Liam more so than the other 2.
Cool. All right.
Okay. Thanks very much, Nassim.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me on.
We will let you
pleasure.
prepare for the next game, and
with some food.
we will come back to you guys for an end round, next round update.
All right. See you soon.
See you soon. Take care.
Welcome back, everyone. The quarterfinals of the LGT have officially finished right now, and with me I have two amazing members of Team Ignite who have been playing on stream to give you the summary of the round. So with me I have Vic, Friendly Fire VJ, and Liam, 40k God Vessel. So, guys, I mean, an intense game. I guess the Friendly Fire streak has ended.
It's
so
his turn now.
Right, exactly. So it's your turn now to show the world how to beat other Team Ignite members. Tell us something about the game. Was it tense? Did you enjoy it still? You know, fighting a friend from the same team. How did it go? Vic, let's start with you.
So this weekend has felt like a practice weekend for me. I've played against 3 of my own team members. And Liam, I've never managed to beat Liam, so that streak continues. And you know, I go into it knowing that he was the better player, but I felt like I had the better list. So I thought maybe I could overcome it, but unfortunately in this case, Liam outplayed me all the way through that one. He also got first turn, it's a big advantage in this matchup. You know, without first turn it becomes harder for him, but I still think, you know, the way he played that, he might have even won going second as well.
All right. Liam, a question to you. So were there any upsets for you in the early game? Was there anything that took you by surprise, either in deployment or anything that Vic has done that was a challenge?
So luckily we had the same matchup happening like in the early round with Sako versus Brian, and like I saw the two mirror playing and I knew what's gonna happen, which was basically the fucking Otar coming in, killing a Rhino pretty much, and like having the Incarn on my side. So having first turn mean I survive, because my purpose is to arrive until my deep strike step of turn 2. If I manage to survive until then, I get to play the game. And because I'm going first, I have a lot less time to survive, so that helped quite a lot.
So I have to ask, because you are not the first person who says that, oh yeah, the Night Spinners are going to go for the Rhino is going to pop, and Incarn is going to appear. Is the Rhino a weakness in that list, or is that a calculated risk or a calculated...
It's actually the best option, because like if you don't have a Rhino, it's just unit on the board that die to Night Spinner. Like you run Chosen, so there is 2 arguments. So you could actually run 3 Chosen squad and 1 Rhino, because what you do is you just like go from the Rhino and re-embark all the time. But then like 3 Night Spinner into the 5 Chosen doesn't quite make it normally.
No, it
but
wouldn't.
Sorry?
It wouldn't, but it could control their
movement. And like it's also mean you're only in 1 spot, which means that you're a lot less vulnerable to the rest. So actually having 2 Rhino mean that you can like spread out a little bit more. Which like basically I'm fine losing 1 Rhino in the Chosen squad unit if it gives me time to play the mission. Like here I basically give up my 10-man Chosen. Like the Lord didn't fight, so if he had to fight, maybe like the game would have been a lot more easy, because he would have picked up like 6 Wraith Guard. Like, not 6, but like 4, because you didn't have
the unit.
Half the unit, and then like the game is basically done. But so yeah, I did go for like losing 1 Rhino is fine if it means that after it I have my deep strike coming in.
Of course.
Like going second means that I have 1 turn to survive, so I have to like make sure I have a spot that will be good to go, don't get screen off the board, still do some damage. Like it's a lot more harder.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So was there any breaking point in the game? Something that, you know, a unit that you lost, for example, Fugan or whichever of your units that, you know, you knew, oh, this is not good.
I mean, I was always on the back foot. I think I was always going to get the pressure because his second turn deep strike, Liam put everything in range for a 9-inch charge. Fugan didn't get back up, so I lost that option, but still, he had so many 9-inch charges into there. You know, maybe if he connected with one unit of Obliterators, the Obliterators maybe don't kill him, something like that. There's potential for a swing there, but he was set up to deal with that issue in that area. The other one is he hit a big advance on a unit of Warp Towns that got onto my home objective. I think if he misses that, I get 1 more turn of proper shooting to actually control his movement a little bit. If everything like that goes my way, I had no chance to catch back up in this game. So yeah, I was on the back foot, and he kept me on the back foot.
Understood. All right, Liam, any MVPs in your list? Like, what is your most reliable unit, the one that brings you points every single time, never fails?
Point-wise, it's like, it will really depend on the game. Like here, the Chosen are basically Distraction Carnifex, right? Because he has to deal with it, and it's quite annoying. Like, over here, it was really, I think, actually, the best unit was the fucking Rhino that took my backfield back. And like, still like killed the Autarch, killed the spider that come out. And Celeste was fucking amazing in that game, because like he was in on his side, which basically his corner was no like a corner was not his corner, but they were Silesk, and he was just like flaming around, like he killed almost all the Spectre, and then he failed the battle shock. So like all of that make that like Silesk was maybe the MVP of this game. I think so. They were also the warp talent that hit the 12 on 3 dice against which was quite big too. But yeah, I mean it was like group work. I feel.
Yeah, teamwork.
Like everything worked.
Yes.
Yeah, everything did its job.
The only testament to like good list writing and play testing it.
Yeah. I think I made maybe a little mistake. Is I should have put the Oblit in a way that
28 to the backfield.
No, that I could reach the middle objective the second turn, so I score 15. If like on turn 2 I score 0, then 15, then 10, then 15.
Got it.
It
So
should
you
have
have
been
one
15.
more turn where you
I should have done 15, 15, 15 if I put the Oblit there.
with an advance, right?
No, they should have deep strike within like 4 or 5. Like doesn't matter.
Right, so just come around the side.
So just come on the objective. I think that would
I think
have.
that would have been better, splitting them up into 2 different
Yeah.
areas. So you have 3 9-inch charges on one side, and you have one option on the other side.
Yeah, that would have been like a little bit better.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's okay, minor.
Yeah,
For
it's
the
like
flow of
5.
the game, it
it's
doesn't make much
5
sense.
points. So like it could have mattered if I failed the charge or stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so this loss generally ends your run in the tournament. The time for reminiscing and the time for analysis will come, but maybe on the spot right now you could tell us if that list that you brought, that list that Team Ignite has mastered and decided to bring in bigger numbers, is that the way to go still, or are you already considering removing something, changing something, improving?
I think it's pretty much there. It's fine for a singles tournament. It doesn't win against everything. It has matchups that it can lose and matchups that are bad for it. This is one example. Manny's list would be an example of a bad matchup. So I don't think it's perfect. I'm not sure if there's Eldar lists which are better into the whole field, to be honest. I think any kind of improvement you make to the list makes it worse in certain cases. So I'm pretty happy with it. Personally, I wouldn't make many changes. Maybe the Spectres go to something else, like another unit of Warp Spiders, like what Yoko ran.
But they were annoying, right?
They were fine. Yeah,
The
they
6
did their
Spectre
role.
were annoying.
Yeah. If they rolled a little bit better, man. If those guys, maybe picked up, but you failed both saves, so they did their job. They killed 2 chosen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the need for things to spike, and the Spectres sometimes can be a little bit unreliable at that.
Yeah.
So Liam, you're going into the semi-final, and in the semi-final you're most likely going to face Nassim.
Yeah,
So another prodigy, another aggressive player, and so on. Are you ready for that matchup? Do you know what to expect? Another Eldari player, but maybe a different playstyle to Vic.
He actually played my teammate Chris last evening, which was exactly the same list.
Yeah.
Well, so that's going to be hard because you know the list. But at least there is one positive point: is there is no 3 Night Sooner, so I get to play my game. I can deploy more on the board. Like my Warp Talent can go on the board because he's going to slow 1 whatever. Like it allows me to I don't feel like the first turn doesn't matter as much than against Vic. I felt.
Also, got to keep an eye on the mission, because this is probably the best
mission.
deployment to play against Eldar, because you're so close to each other, and the ruin position is excellent.
I don't know what's the mission next one actually.
I don't know either, but hopefully it's similar.
We will see.
We'll see. Maybe someone can check that for us.
Yeah.
Joker, could you check what the next mission is for us? Yeah, that would be. Oh, ask someone. And then, another question to you. Nassim is sporting a different list. He's bringing 2 bricks of Wraithguard, 20 Wraithguard on the field. Definitely a challenge. So, again, are you ready to tackle that? What's your estimation going into that game?
Can't phantasm both.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. I'm less scared by Wraithguard than actually. I'm a lot more worried by Spider and Spectre than Wraithguard.
But it makes you choose what to focus on, right? Either the scoring units or the blobs of Wraithguard.
And I know I need to focus the blobs. 20 maybe it's a breaking point. I actually didn't play this game.
Touch the foe, chilling rain.
The deployment.
Deployment. Battle.
Crucible of Battle.
Okay. This is the worst one for CSM in my opinion. It's the angle.
Yeah, but it's Purge the Foe.
Purge the foe.
And
Which
chilling
is-
rain.
Kill 1, kill more.
Okay.
All 1, all more.
That might be bad as well.
Maybe it's okay, right?
We'll see.
Well, if you focus on the scoring units, the Warp Spiders and so on, then probably.
He doesn't have Warp Spider, which is something. It's gonna be hard anyway.
Yeah. That'll be a tougher one.
I mean, I kill 1, my Eldar, so maybe if I don't kill 2, it's Okay. Yeah.
Okay, listen, gentlemen. I understand that, especially for you, the next round is imminent. It's very close. So, thank you for the interview. As always, both of you, great fun and very informative. Thank you for the insights. And to our listeners, please don't go anywhere because in a moment we will have another guest to interview. So, yeah, stay tuned because in a couple of seconds we will have Joker interviewing another person. Be right back.
Okay.
Welcome back everyone. After a short break, we've managed to secure yet another interview with the players. So I've got here with me Olivier and Hugo. Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about how your game went?
Do you want to tell? Or I do.
Go first.
I'll go first. So
Go ahead.
it was a very tactical game, very nice game. As always with Eldars, it can go wrong very quickly. So even something that is quite close on the early game can go very bad, very fast on some little clutch moves. So that's what happens. He managed to kill the Land Raider that was having the aggressor bomb. Nice charge, auto charge of the Incarn that popped to kill the Biologist. So deactivate the aggressor bomb. But I anticipated that, so I circled the Land Raider with the Vanguard with the rapid ingress so that I would be able to answer the next turn. But he managed to flee with a very nice overwatch. Like it was a small mistake from me to put the land speeder. I forgot to play less than 12 inches. So he overwatched, went for it. It's only 3 wounds average. He went for a 6, and then killed the vehicle and disappeared. And that's the moment where the game went completely wrong because it's lots of differential on the primaries. But it's also forbid me from killing anything else on shooting phase. Otherwise, the Incarn is gonna pop anywhere else because it was Overwatch. So you can move in the. You cannot teleport in movement phase, but he can still teleport in the shooting phase. Yeah. So that was completely clutch. So a bunch of points and also frozen the attrition for me for the turn, and then he came back and crushed me in one turn approximately. Yeah. Do you agree with the analysis?
Yes, you explained very well. We know each other. We are French player in league in France. My plan was to play very aggressively with my autark. I play my autark with a Phoenix Gem, so you can just throw your autark in home objective, and there is no good answer about this because you don't kill him. So he will just use fusion gun, kill some units, and it's painful. And if you kill it, Incarn teleport. If you anticipate the Incarn and you come with a melee unit, you kill the autark first. Resurrect. I don't teleport my Incarn, and then you kill it in melee, and then I teleport my Incarn, and then it's my turn. So there is no solution about this. So, and I play fixed secondary, deploy teleport rover, and behind enemy line. With this strategy, just throw units in deployment zone and some spiders, swapping hawk.
You're not allowed to kill it, so the only answer you have is to try to control it, like bump it with a vehicle. Try not to be deactivated on your primaries home objective marker, and accept the damage output is gonna give you with the fusion. So if you have like maybe whirlwind, you're not happy because auto wounds on 5 with a fate dice, and then it's d6 + 3. But it's the only answer. Bad answer, but the best you can you can have. Otherwise, the game goes very wrong very early. So that's what I did. I think I've played it quite well because otherwise the encounter would have been in my home sooner. And after that, you also have the problem of the phantasm that is allowed for the race guard, because it's the basic strategy is you expose 2 or 3 of them, able to come back inside a rune if the opponent is engaging resources to kill them. So you cannot engage resources except if you are willing to trade them against a 1 CP. And when you do not expose, it goes for the phantasm as an aggressive movement, so towards you.
And I did.
And he did. So no right answer on that. When you're playing against Eldar, it's very tactical. You know it has more possibilities that you have, and you try not to get caught by any of these shenanigans. And if you manage not to, maybe you can deal with it because it has not a lot of resources. So if you manage to catch 1 or 2 very important units for the Eldar, maybe the game can be won. But if you get caught in a shenanigans, it's nil.
Okay. Yeah. So Hugo, I know sometimes it's difficult to look at a game that you've won and look at it critically, but is there anything you're not quite happy with in that game? You think you could have done something better, or you've spotted a mistake you may have made that could have cost you the game?
Yes. I just threw my solitaire. Olivier killed my solitaire turn 1 with just the grenade stratagem. So
in scouts.
But was not very impressive move. But
4 points.
It happens. Yes, he played assassination, so it was 4 points. So this one was not very well played, and my swooping oak deep strike I deep strike my swooping oak behind my race guard to counter a possibly deep strike 3 inches Inceptor, because he can circle my race guard with Inceptor, and I cannot phantasm. And
I can trap them with a 3-inch deep strike.
Yes, and with some Devastator Doctrine, Stratagem, or Soft Moment, he can hurt a lot my race guard. So I have to put my Swapping Oak behind to make a safe place. And my positioning was not very good, but they survived, so
yeah,
it's okay. But that was not.
Yeah, only need the Inceptors to secure the kill on the Incarn that escaped. So
yes,
there were no use for them. But I don't see any other mistake than that. It was not really a mistake because you had the 6 move inch to come inside the rune, so it was an okay move, I believe. The solitaire was not.
No.
You know,
it was just a random move.
But it's also part of the overwhelming move of the movement phase of the Eldars. You have too many things that can hurt you and be a problem if you do not deal with them, and if you deal with them, they will deal with you back with the Incarn. So even a move that Hugo think is a bad move was still a problem for my processing of the game. So it's quite hard to play against bad move that cause problems. So
yeah, of course. So Olivier, how about you? Do you think you could have done something differently aside from that land speeder that was already mentioned?
Yeah, maybe with the vanguards on the board and not in deep strike, maybe Hugo would have thought twice about engaging my. About rushing me, but to be fair, I think these are very painful for someone who has not that many screen and very important unit, so very costful unit, and I like them in the strike to be able to rapid ingress. Most of the time, I put them on the board, and if I do not have the first turn, at the end of my opponent turn. I bring them back in the sky, and as I go back to reserve in WTC convention, I'm not able to come into turn 2 until turn 2. So I can rapid ingress with this mechanism. Here in London GT, you can deep strike turn 1. So if you're on the board, you will never rapid ingress again. So in WTC convention, I would have played them on the board and still go for the rapid ingress. Here, I had to put them in deep strike.
Yeah.
After that, I've done a silly move. I've forgot the res guard, so I put 2 Maltas in the res guard. They killed two scouts, and the movement of the scouts was supposed to kill the solitaires, but also engage the res guard that went towards me. And the res guard were not supposed to kill them in close combat, so I would have the res guard like a bit crowd controlled, obliged to spend a CP to fall back and shoot and avoid my scouts on the center, so they would not have full power to shoot on my land raider. But I forgot about that, so I killed 3 of them, or two of them, and then 6 wounds remaining. It's the average output damage from the res guard in close combat, so we killed them, and it was fair. So.
I killed them because you shoot with your
Yeah.
Melta.
That's what I said. It is a dick move from me.
Yes,
Otherwise, you would have been engaged. I would have prevent you from going towards with the entire pack. Maybe you would have been.
When you made a mistake versus Eldari right now, it can be very, very punishing.
Punishing. Yep.
Punishing.
This land speeder mistake is everything for the game. Everything. So.
You've mentioned the Inceptors being able to trap a Rave Guard unit, not it being able to escape with Phantasm.
Yep.
Is that a tech piece you've taken specifically for that? And did you get a chance to use it in any of the games over the weekend?
Well, I haven't take them specifically for that, but the 3-inch move is a very powerful tool for geometry construction and geometry playing. So for screening for the opponent, for that kind of trap. So I've already done that on the no-talk. It's really hard to catch a no-talk with the Phantasm, etc. So I've done that once in the past with the Inceptors. So put Inceptors everywhere, and you manage to charge a no-talk with aggressors that move 5. So it's powerful. But it's also for the damage output that you cannot dodge because you deep strike 3 and you have a very high damage output, and that's it. So you cannot dodge that. You cannot dodge the whirlwinds. You cannot dodge the rapid ingress shoot fight from the Raven Guards. So that was mainly for that.
All right. Hugo, you're about to play Manny in the semi-final. What are your feelings going into that game?
Manny just destroyed my Belgium friends, Guillaume just in the last round. So
with the same army, right? Same army.
Yeah, the same. Not the same army list, but the same army.
Codex, yeah.
Same codex. I hope I will avenge my friends, but it will be very, very hard, I think.
Yeah, I think I could have get money because I've got lots of saturation that it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I was better equipped against Manny than he is.
But he didn't let you in.
Yeah, that's French friendship. You know.
All right, thank you guys. It's been a
Cheers.
pleasure to talk to you. Congrats to go on the win and good luck
congrats.
in the semi-final.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Olivier,
Good game.
congrats on a phenomenal run with yet another unique Space Marine list. And we will be back soon with Guillaume in a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Cheers.
And welcome back, everyone. Yeah, well, we are here with Guillaume from Team Belgium to summarize or to give a summary of the last of the quarterfinals. You were playing against Cheema.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely a demanding opponent with a difficult army to play against. So, how did you feel when you heard that you were playing him in the quarterfinals?
I knew yesterday when the pairing were shown that it would have been a very difficult matchup.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect that he built the list especially for this because his list is very strong against Eldar. Eldar is the most represented faction at the top highest level because since we lost the dev wounds rules that you multiply the mortals into several models, the race guards kill one cultist by one and stuff like this. If I'm not playing Brightlands, but if an Eldar play Brightlands and stuff, you also kill one cultist. So the Eldar's list actually don't have enough shooting to kill a node like this.
Yeah.
This is suspected, expected. I already talked with my teammates before the event that if the odds are coming popular, like CSM can do, Tyrannids can do, Orcs, the Elders players will have to change their list because otherwise we will have obstacle that we can't pass. So he did well on the list building for the meta.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like doom and gloom from the very beginning. What was your plan going into the game? Did you actually have like an ace up your sleeve? Like, I don't know, maybe focus on the secondary missions, focus on the primary missions? Or
problem is I can't play in fix against him because he don't give killing fix objective, he don't give assassinate bringing all stuff. And if I do cleans, there is a node of cultists in the sitting on the objective no man said I can't cleans. My list can't do beyond enemy lines because I have no swapping hooks or stuff like this. I am very focused at holding the middle in all the matchup that I can't in this match. So playing fix was not an option. He also agreed, so I had to play tactical, but the problem is of tactical is this is random of KE. My list do quite easy tactical. I have a lot of options. Elders can always do because you can start an action whenever you are. Fire and Fate do it. But the problem is he's sitting on all the middle objective, you can't cleanse, you can't, so it's the same problem. The primary would have been also very difficult. So my plan was to try to catch very quickly the Forge Fiend to allow me to put my models where I want and not to hide. I didn't have to hide anymore, so I could manage the fight and not hiding. I did. I killed both Forge Fiend in turn 2 without losing a single model.
Wow. Okay. Well played.
So I was happy about that. I was expecting a mistake turn 1 from him. I shoot the cultist with the Shadow Spectres, the first activations, and I was hoping that he used the Snurgle strat to not shoot at them. I had another target if needed at 24 with the long shot just to be able to shoot and move the Shadow Spectres. And if he did, I would have tried to shoot both Night Spinners to Abaddon to kill him. Because if I did, it means the cultists don't have the 4+ anymore for the rest of the game.
They become squishy.
It would have been very huge because everything can charge and kill cultists quickly. He didn't make the mistake. He did say, okay, kill me 12 cultists, I did 12. But Abaddon will stay alive. He saw it. So he didn't make the mistake. I catch the Forge Fiend, but wasn't enough. Cultists were sitting on the objective and I can't kill them. I killed the small one, but the Archers, it need me all my army to kill them. Okay, but you have 3 packs. 5 turns is not enough.
Okay, understood. So yeah, so as you said, this game was he was pretty dominant and so on. But let's leave that game for a moment. And I just wanted to ask, you know, we were reviewing your list earlier. You have a solitaire in your list.
No, I don't.
No, wait. Okay, wrong matchup. That was HUGO, I think.
Yeah, so, HUGO have won.
So I have your list, and we have still 2 Troop Masters, a Star Weaver. How have the Harlequins been working for you? I mean, you got to the quarterfinals, so it must have been good.
I'm very happy about the Harlequins. So HUGO is my teammate, Liam is also my teammate, and we are talking about Nassim is also a good friend. So we have 4 Eldar players. Sometimes we talk a lot. I'm the only one keeping the Harlequins. I'm happy about them. They do more attacks than the Warp Spiders. So in 1 activations, they deal more than Warp Spider, plus they have fusion pistols. So when you face small vehicles like Sagittarius or things like that, you kill them because you can put the dice auto wounds and stuff, then charge and you have their wounds. And it's also for the matchup against CSM, not the Horde, but the list like Liam is playing the more popular with Fortune chosen. This is better in this case because he have to deal with a transport. So he charge and he wastes the units at killing a transport. So I'm very happy about them. Plus the ability of the Star River to re-embark at the end of 5 phase, you can do a lot of tricks with that. Maybe one of my mistakes is I'm mainly a WTC player. I'm never playing a UKTC terrain. So I don't have a lot of practice on UKTC table. And the Harlequins works better on WTC. It's more, you have more spots where you can do the tricks with the moves.
Yeah.
So in some matchup they are better, but in a mirror match, you need the spiders to win. I normally, if I equal skills, I normally can't win against the list like HUGO with the spiders. Because they both do mortals, but the spiders can move 24 and try to deal a lot of mortals to the incarn. The Harlequins only move 8. That's the trouble. So my gameplay, I am more defensive players, and my gameplay is more based on holding the middle, sitting on position, and don't give opportunity to the opponents. In this gameplay, the Harlequins do very well, while the spiders are better at doing something more into the opponent's deployment.
All right. And what do you think now? You know, as a third-person onlooker, so to say, what do you think about Nassim's list? So 20 Wraith Guard. Like he's queued into like the completely different Eldari build.
We built with Nassim like 1 month ago. We are speaking every day together. His list is very interesting and very strong in the mirror. Because 2 Elders normally, except the big mistakes, can't kill 10 Wraith Guard of the opponents. So, but you have to, like I played the mirrors on round 5, and this is what I did. He didn't have Wraith Guard. I just sit. Okay, you won't kill them. They are holding 2 objectives. All the army can focus on another one, and I have 4. In Nassim list, he have 20. He can sit on the middle of the map and wait. You can't kill them. You will kill like 5, 6 Wraith Guard. He revive 2, shooting back, things like this. So in mirror match, it's very strong. And even in other games, because the Incarn actually can offer you the games if you play him well. So you probably don't need all the small stuff like that we play. So you just have the Incarn, 20 Wraith Guard, that is the main units of the Eldar list actually, and the Swapping Oaks to do behind enemy lines, and he's winning. That's enough.
Yeah, usually it does the job.
In UKTC you have large space of shooting, you can hide, but you can decide also to shoot. So you can never shoot at him. He will always shoot you back. So you have no targets. The Oaks go away. The Inca, normally you don't catch him. And you can't shoot the Wraith Guard, otherwise you die. So his list is really strong, I think.
Yeah. So it's one of the lists that you're going to see in the semi-finals now of the event because Nassim has progressed. He is going to be playing, I think, Liam VSL in the next game. I might be mistaken. That remains to be checked still. But anyway, Guillaume, thank you very much for the interview. It's been great fun, very informative and very insightful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And again, stay tuned because we have more guests incoming. The round will start very soon, but still we will manage to squeeze one more interview. So join us in a second, and Joker will be doing another interview. Bye, guys.
And we're back with more guests. So now with me I've got Stefan from Team Austria and TJ Lannigan all the way from across the pond. How are you fellas?
I'm good. Having a nice day.
Excellent.
I'm great. Just happy to be here.
So first of all, you guys both came from abroad. So what prompts you to come to an event like this, the London GT?
I was approached by Nassim at WTC, and the other event that is at the same time, the Hanseatic Open, had only a wait list left, and that's why I was like, fuck it, I'll go here.
Yeah, so I mean, I have a lot of friends who, you know, are overseas. They go to this event. This is like everyone's, Vegas. So a lot of people go to this event. It's a major event. So I'm just happy that I was able to, you know, the community gave me the chance to come out here and, you know, play. So it was awesome.
Excellent. So how did you guys fare at the event itself? TJ, let's start with you. What did you bring, and what was your record, etc.? Any games you want to mention specifically?
Yeah, so I mean, I finished 44th. I was playing GSC, so a little different than my normal run-of-the-mill stuff. Normally I play Chaos Factions, so it was a little different. And I had some great games all weekend. I had a super tight game against Kyle Grundy with his Tau, and it was 2-point loss. It was 90-92. Had a great game, but unfortunately, you know, when you play priority targets, when that bottom of the turn can be really rough. So he scored like I think 25 primary on the last turn. So it's a little rough, but we had a great game. So all my opponents all weekend were fantastic, and I had a great time. So.
Excellent. And Stefan, how about you?
I don't know what place I finished. I haven't looked at yet, but I had 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. Lost to the best in faction Marine player with his Black Templars. Got a little bit smashed in. Well, his feel no pins were too good for me to handle, but also it's a rough matchup. I think I needed to play it more to be able to be like, for me now it's I think 40-60 for me to win it. And then otherwise I had all lovely games. Had a Custodes Mirror to finish off the day yesterday and got that in.
And what do you think of Custodes in the new meta now after the data slate?
They got hit hard. It's a way harder faction to play, and the player base will go down, but there's still skill in it, and I think in sort of team events you can play them, but in singles you play them mostly for fun.
Right. And TJ, a faction question to you as well. So you've been playing Thousand Suns up until the data slate.
Yeah.
Now GSC after the data slate, which also got a little bit of hit. What do you think about those factions, and will you continue to play either of them?
Thousand Suns got hit real hard. Arguably, they got hit harder than Eldar, because not only did we lose points in our list, the standard 200 that most of the armies lost, we lost stratagem access. So the fluidity in which you could use your free stratagems, especially the indirect with your psychic powers, is gone. So not being able to double blank damage with Magnus is really rough. Not being able to do indirect fire on turn 1 or on turns where you're stressed for CP is really rough as well. So unfortunately, I think the army goes down to probably B tier. So you've got your S tier, which is of course Eldar, and then you have your A tier, and they're probably somewhere in the B tier, somewhere down there. So they're not terrible. You can still take them to events, and I'm sure you'll still win some small events and maybe even some right ones if you get the right pairings. But unfortunately, I think they're beyond you do very, very well. And then GSC. They're still very, very strong, shockingly strong, but you don't have the same amount of power that you had before. So you can't make any mistakes. So in that game that I had that 92, 90 loss, I made one mistake where I was off like an inch and a quarter from being untargetable, and it cost me the game. So you just can't make mistakes. But other than that, it's a great army. Still has the same power. It's just a little more restricted than it was before.
All right. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure to have you here at the studio and here at the event, coming all the way from your countries, respectively. That will be it from our studio panel. Right now, if you tune in to War Games Live, you'll see one of the semi-finals, which is HUGO Riccardi on Eldari playing Manny Cheema on the Accursed Cultist spam. The other game is between Nassim and Liam VSL, so another Eldari Chaos Space Marine matchup. We will see which faction will take it from here and which player will be in the grand finale. Make sure you tune in with us at the end of that round, but for now, switch to War Games Live and go watch that game. Thanks very much and see you later.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the LGT, the London Grand Tournament live coverage. We are in the studio right now where the semi-finals are slowly coming to an end. One of the games has already finished, the other one is still underway, but we are coming to a close very soon. You can watch that on War Games Live. Probably the game will end within the next 15 minutes because the next round is already planned for that. So this is the only interview with the players that we are going to do. We are going to have Majson later, probably. The two gentlemen on my left and your right probably don't need any introduction, but I will introduce them anyway because I'm Tweak and that's what I do. So the two gentlemen on my left are probably the most talented young prodigies right now playing Warhammer 40k. Very young players already representing their countries, so England and Belgium respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, Nassim and Liam VSL. Their game has already concluded. Let's listen how it went, what was the score, who won. Nassim, was 20 Wraithguard enough this time?
Well, 20 Wraithguard should have been enough, but clearly what the answer is to take 30.
They need a buff.
Exactly. They need points. I don't know why they went up and why they got rid of pistols. I don't get it, honestly. I don't like. Just let me shoot in combat. It's brutal. But
it's
no,
coming.
It wasn't enough this time. Unfortunately, the chaos is able to put just an immense amount of pressure on it. And you're always going to have one brick alive. However, that's not the issue. The main issue is that they're able to control the primary space against you quite well, and the secondary game isn't terrible. So even up when we were playing, ended up losing one of my bricks in the middle. I was able to clean up a little bit. However, the main problem was that he just essentially got a massive primary lead, and despite me having a slight lead on secondaries, it wouldn't have been enough, as he had taken the rest of the board. I was in my deployment zone as well. And I was outside my deployment on another objective. And with how the mission works, he was going to get a horde more every turn. He was going to get a kill for the next few turns because of the obliterators. He just needed to layer them. And because he controlled the entire board, he can pretty much do it in almost any secondary board, any secondary that he can. So ended up taking it.
All right, Liam, a question to you. Everything according to plan, or was it actually a challenging game and you didn't know until the very end how it's going to finish?
So the beginning were like the mission were a little bit safer to play because I knew that like I want to go first normally, but the mission make that playing second give a lot of primary. So like I knew I could play defensively and like see how the game goes. So I did like a really defensively turn one because like he take behind enemy line and deploy Homer. So he has to send a unit in my DZ to like score that plus Homer. So turn one I just killed that. And like get my kill more, like slow the break by sending War Talon to like, because the War Talon has the Desperate Breakout ability, so like when they fall back they maybe die, so I'm there, may as well send the War Talon, maybe I kill half of a Wraithguard break by being lucky, and like put myself in position, and then obviously the Incarn strike, like he do, but I'm like ready to take the hit, like, and then he go kill the Rhino, kill a Chaos Lord and a Chosen Squad. But then like my deep strike arrive, my deep strike come down, like I'm decided what I bring. So I have a Chosen Squad next the Incarn, the Undivided Force Fiend come see the Incarn, and then the Blue Sky come next the Incarn.
Highlight of the game.
And like make the game a little bit easier by rolling a 6 on the bomb stuff, and then rolling 5. So I do 5 mortal wounds to the Incarn on my turn 2 before doing nothing. So I'm there, okay, no, he's just gonna die to Force Fiend and Grenade. Then the Force Fiend go like, boo, be really like, I have a little bit of luck, maybe a lot of luck, but, and like do the 8 remaining wound to the Incarn. So like the Incarn is basically off the board after 2 activation. So like I start to like then I have the other Force Fiend that is free to shoot anything and have like there is an angle on that map, so he had to like be there to not take either he take the out of loss of the oblit or he gets shot by 1 Force Fiend, which on average should do like 6 to 9 wounds. But again, the Force Fiend are there and become really he's like really angry at the Night Spinner and like 8 shot, 11 hit, 9 wound or something, and then kill the Night Spinner. And at that point it's pretty much over. And obviously in the middle there is the break, and I just like rush with all my Chosen, my War Talon left, and like everything rush into that and kill the brick. So at the end of my turn 2, he's basically locked on one objective, and I have all the rest of the board, including his home objective, because like he cannot protect anymore, and I still have 4 Oblit and Select in Deep Strike coming down to finish the job. So from that, we just split defensively. Like he can hold, kill something and stuff because he's still Eldar, and me, I'm just doing my point and like running around and then take no risk.
Yeah.
And like I win by a couple of points, but don't take any risk.
But it sounds like a soul-crushing turn of events. So Nas,
he's self-aware of his own luck. I didn't have to say anything. I didn't have to say that it's luck. He's self-aware. It's fine.
So knowing how the game went already, is like, have you thought about this already? Have you analyzed this? Is there anything that you could have done differently to have a different outcome of the game?
Yeah, so my thoughts went into this matchup with how the mission plays out. It's like it's quite defensive with like your DZ1 you can keep relatively safe, and then there's a really defensible objective outside the deployment zone which you keep really safe as well. However, maxing primary on this mission is usually quite tricky because at least a lot of other armies, I'll fantasy them into the midboard with a lone operative or with a character, and get a horde more and move back and force them that way. However, it's really hard against him because Warp Talons, with the Desperate Breakout rule, Trolls in there, and there's just an immense amount of pressure going in with Obliterators from Deep Strike with out of line of sight. So a lot of it, when I was thinking, it was like in this matchup, in this mission specifically, I really want to go second. Because if I go first, it's essentially he's up by 1 point immediately because I don't get a kill unless I get really lucky, and he gets kill more. However, if I go second, he gets no kills, and I don't get a kill. However, I'm up by 7 points in second place just right off the bat, as he drew turn 1. His turn 1 were duds. So it's like, all right. A primary both turn 1 is nothing, but I'm up by 7 points right now. This is good. And then I can play somewhat defensively. But because I went first, I didn't have the essentially pushing power. Well, I had to push, but I didn't have the pushing power against that list to actually push an advantage because I couldn't afford to drop a turn behind enemy lines and drop a turn of deploy, as it wouldn't be enough.
Okay, so you two, so that everyone understands, you two are good friends outside of 40k, and within 40k you are good friends. So, seeing who's going to play in the final, have you two discussed the possibilities and tactics together? Like if you're going to play against Eldar.
So there is actually a good story. Is that the Eldar guys is sleeping with us in the same Airbnb. Yeah. So like we pretty much know each other. I don't know who won. I mean, the Eldar seemed favored, but who won? Maybe Pumba?
Pumba, who won? What's up? Who won the game?
Eldar.
Voila. So I'm playing basically my teammate from Team Belgium because he was like one of our mercenaries that play Eldar for our team in WTC. So like it's gonna be a chill game because it's my friend. So I'm just gonna do the same. Oh, start training. I'm just gonna do the same as I was doing against the 2 Eldar players. And I'm gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna rush probably because it's me, but I won't say that I won't promise that. It will depend on the state.
Everyone, so I think we can, to sum it up and to allow Liam some time to prepare for the game, we will wrap the interview right now, but I think we can now safely say that yet another LGT is not going to be won by a Brit, which is an interesting turn of events, and something that, I don't know, possibly people wanted to see. So yeah, we're going to finish here. Liam, good luck in the final. Nas, great showing. I mean, you did absolutely wonderfully, and I think everyone agrees that, as I said at the very beginning, you're still a young prodigy, many victories ahead of you, so, not this time, then next time. Don't worry. So yeah, good luck, guys, and thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Welcome back. We've got Pumba here because he was the judge at the stream table. That game has finished. If you've watched it on Wargames Live, hopefully you've now tuned here. But if you have been watching, then you know that HUGO has taken the win and will be playing Liam in the final. I think you've mentioned that when you were saying goodbye to our previous guest. So, Pumba, why don't you fill us in what happened during that game?
Very interesting matchup. Two extremely good players. On paper, I would say Mani's list had the advantage coming in. I think he would be confident into that matchup. I think his list was kind of built for actually playing Elder. Exactly.
Yeah, that's where our money was on.
Exactly. And this game was incredible in terms of some of the specific roles that happened, which actually changed the result of the game in some places, I believe. I think the highlight of the match will be the Autark just being an absolute beast. First, one-shotting a Blue Scribes just from in the middle of the board, like that from his Melta, Fusion, whatever. Then surviving and doing the exact same with his one-shot to Abaddon. Losing Abaddon in Mani's list is basically a way to make this matchup not good anymore. Because losing that 4-up invuln is massive, and it's exactly what happened, which allowed the Elder to actually push the board and start killing the cultists very effectively, using the Wraith Guard blob as an anchor kind of, to push the middle of the board, take that center back, disallowing Mani's list to score Brigand Primary, which he has done for the first 3, I believe, rounds, and then outscoring him on secondaries as well. Some good secondaries drawn for sure. Extremely good play with Incarn all the way. But the dice definitely helped HUGO a little bit to push that win just
over the margin.
Exactly.
Right, so if you're only now tuning in from Wargames Live, or you have just turned on the stream and you haven't been watching before, we have Pumba here from Team Poland, who has been refereeing the match. He was there the entire time, so he knew exactly what happened. Pumba, do you believe that Mani could have applied a different sort of tactic to maybe turn this around somehow, or was it very like a sort of one-sided game because Eldari are so powerful?
I think Mani might have disrespected the potential of a high roll, as I would say. Right? If you are in a very tough position and you're in an unfavorable matchup, like HUGO was at this exact match, sometimes you need to recognize that one of your best chances to win the game is actually taking those low probability plays that suddenly might open the game up. What I think he has done very well, except for like entire positioning was flawless, but I think he has realized that taking some of those very difficult and like you would say unoptimized play in a normal circumstance, or like risky plays that suddenly might swing the game to his advantage, and Mani disrespecting that opportunity, like giving that opportunity of an out, right? Like for example, he surely could have positioned the Blue Scribes in a way that he wouldn't got them shot by the fusion gun, the Forge Fiend, and the Blue Scribes positioning, for example, allowed the Autark to go advance and then grenade one and shoot the other. Those little positioning mistakes that are low chance plays that HUGO got, I think allowed him to push it over the edge by just actually rolling well, right? So it's this kind of situation where you would, I don't know, take your chances on a 9-inch charge of Deep Strike to win the game, right? And it's kind of on your opponent as well to realize that even though it's not optimal or it's risky, it actually might open the game up for you to lose or win.
Yeah, I wanted to say that this is what separates the good players from the so-so players, that you are able to spot those mistakes that your opponent has made and actually capitalize on them. So this is exactly what happened here.
It's an opportunity, and I mean, if you're on the back foot, pairing matchup-wise, then you kind of have to, right?
That's exactly correct, and it's something very different, for example, in this kind of play when you know you are playing to win the game, than, for example, in differential scoring.
Yeah,
in differential score, you would always hang back and try to get as many points as possible, but it's not valid here, right? Scoring an 8, 12, for example, if 11-9 gives you nothing.
Exactly, yeah.
So you need to take those low probability plays to actually allow yourself to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you lose, it doesn't matter how many points you got. But
Exactly.
if you win, even by 1 point, it's a win, and you're then playing in the final, right?
Very much correct.
So we had 2 semi-finals of CSM versus Eldari, but 2 different archetypes of CSM list. Right now we will
2
see.
different lists of Eldari, to be fair, as well.
Yeah, true that. So do you think that both players in the final now have the tools to tackle one another, or to yeah?
It's interesting. I think Liam has showed us that he is extremely well prepared for that
He's
matchup.
the Eldar killer, basically.
He
right
is
now.
the Elder Killer, and it's kind of now on HUGO to prove him wrong, I think. I think Liam has already proven that he can be one of the best players in the world playing Elder, and now it's on HUGO to actually try to come up with an idea of how to prevent that same thing happening to him. So it's kind of on Elder this time, instead of like Elder being the big boy in the room. It's kind of on Elder to figure out a counter plan to Liam's plan.
Yeah, which is for Liam, it's a fantastic position to be in because you come into with that advantage of knowing the matchup really well and so on.
Exactly.
I don't know if HUGO knows the matchup that well and is prepared for everything that Liam is going to throw at him. So
Players have a little bit of time to prepare to kind of maybe go through some ideas of how they might tackle each other's armies, and whereas Liam has kind of a set plan is a big word because there isn't set plans for Warhammer, but he has the experience to handle each situation that might occur during each game. I think HUGO now has the opportunity to come up with like a counter solution, especially after he kind of watched Liam destroy Nassim and Vic.
And to add to that, as Liam mentioned a couple of minutes ago, they both play for Team Belgium. They both know each other. They both sleep in the same hotel. They both bounce ideas off each other. So it's going to be really interesting to see 2 Belgian players actually duke it out on the table, knowing each other so well, knowing each other's tactics so well. Both will have to work really hard to actually be able to surprise the other one.
And we can officially say now in the finals that London has been conquered again.
By foreigners, by the French.
Yep.
The French-speaking country is very good at Warhammer, apparently.
Yeah, it turns out.
Especially at the OGT.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's their thing, apparently.
Yeah, they
So it
came
seems.
and they conquered. We can say already that they conquered. We're going to see which flavor of the French-speaking player actually takes it. Joker, any other questions, or are we wrapping
I
this
was
up
just
now?
going to say that in the semi-final, HUGO already kind of had to was the underdog, sort of, both list-wise, into Manny's list, playing his game with a whole type. And I'm actually quite surprised and really rooting for him now to do the same in the game of Liam.
Yeah, I think he has just proven that even though he's kind of entering a losing match on paper, clearly he knows his stuff. He has the ability to recognize where he can abuse some of our opponent's mistakes to actually flip the matchup, as you say.
Exactly.
One other more interesting thing that is probably worth mentioning is that if you want to see Liam on your home turf, if you're from America, then this is absolutely possible because Liam will be coming to Atlanta if you want a golden ticket. So if you want to see in person how he does it and how the top players actually do it, then that will be a perfect occasion for you. So yeah, we have a golden ticket player actually in the final of the LGT and his teammate fighting against him. An extremely interesting game. So if you have time and you want to do it, then go to War Games Live and watch the game because this is the last game of the tournament. Definitely the one that should be streamed. Definitely the one that deserves a stream. And we will come back after the game to give you the summary. We will be after the game to give you the interviews with the players if time allows and if they are not too tired. Because how many games will have been played by then?
10 whole rounds for some of them.
10 whole rounds, yeah, and then also invitational, no. But
None of them
played in the invitational. I would say, fortunately, because playing 15 games of Warhammer throughout 4 days is kind of extreme.
I mean, Manny was in the invitational and he made it to the semi-finals. So
That's correct.
It's a similar run to what Vic did last year. He also went on to the semi-final, so... But this year, invitational was 1 game extra compared to last year. So
insane.
Crazy stuff.
All right. We will wrap up here to allow the players to prepare, to allow Joe the time to also prepare the stream. I don't know if they are not setting up probably yet. Or maybe they are. Vitalis is shaking his head or nodding his head that they are. So, yeah, leave the bookmark with us open because we will come back after the game to discuss it. Maybe we'll do some mid-round updates if time allows and if there are any interesting turns of events. But yeah, if you have another bookmark open, then go to War Games Live and watch that game because it's going to be one hell of a battle. Guys, I thank you.
Yep.
And
thank you so much.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
See you, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back at the LGTV studio, and we have now crowned the champion of the London Grand Tournament 2023. Congratulations to Liam VSL on winning the title, having his name added to the trophy. Congrats, Liam.
Thank you.
Congrats, HUGO, on second place.
Thank you.
So, for the final entry of our studio, guys, why don't you start us off by telling us how the game went?
Oh, that was a hell of a game. That was a good final, I think. That was
Yes.
like...
The first one was really
oh, man.
awesome. So I took the first one, and I know Liam. We play a lot together. We train. I help him to build his list. He helped me to build my list. So I know everything about CSM. He know everything about Eldari, and I know I have to go crazy and play aggressive versus Liam, because if you play passive, it will just crush you, pressure you, and you can't breathe. So I make a first turn, a crazy first turn, kill his Rhino with only 2 Night Speeder, Incarn, kill 2 Chaos Lord and some Chosen. It was crazy, but I let you explain what you did after.
Actually, my turn 1 was maybe more crazy than
Yes.
So basically, then now I'm okay in my head. I'm there. Okay, I need to kill the chaff, and I'm there. I need to kill the Inca. So I don't have a lot to kill the Inca, and I cannot afford to put a lot to kill the Inca, because if I do that, I lose anyway. I know I have to kill the spider, because if not, they're gonna screen me out of the board. So I go for the spider. So I see the Autarch, and I know that with my Chosen block, I just have to wrap the Chosen, and then I will be able to fight the spider behind. I don't need a long charge to do that, actually. And on the Incarn, I'm really quickly in my head. I'm there like Blue Scribe do like 1 or 2, Grenade Strat 3, a Tank Shock, maybe 2 more. And I'm there, Forge Wind can do 4, and maybe I find another one with all the combi and stuff. So like everything is going perfectly. Like Blue Scribe failed, but then I roll a couple more 6 on the combi that I shouldn't. I think I do 2 wounds. I should have done 1, I think, or something. And then after that, like I'm there, okay. So the Force Fiend should do the 4 wounds. The Grenade do 4 wounds, a little bit more, but that's cool. Then I do 2 wounds in shooting with all the random stuff between like the combi and stuff. And then he's on 2 wounds, and they're cool. I have a Tank Shock. 0. And then
Oh no.
And then I'm there, but I still have to go for it. So send everything into it. Cultist, Blue Scribe, everything. Pre-lethal it, and then the Cultist did 3 wounds, I think. And then you succeed them all. Then the Rhino do 1 wound, and you fail it.
Yes.
And then I know then that the Chosen, it's like possible for them to do 1 wound. They do, and they do like 3 wounds, I think. And he failed the first one, so the Incarn is dead, and that's like, who? On the other side, I send my 10-man Chosen for trade for like a Spider Squad and the Autarch Phoenix Gem, basically. But then I roll 11 in charge, and there is like some other Spider that I can reach. And I can even reach the fucking Race Guard with the Hammer Guy. So I'm there, oh, if the Hammer Guy goes crazy and kill like 5 or 6, I'm there.
No, only 2.
Yeah, no, I'm there. If he go crazy, I'm like 100% winning there, because like he won't have enough to retaliate. So I managed to kill both spider, kill the Autarch, so that's cool. And then the Hammer Fleet, but whatever. At that point, like basically before the game against Vic, we had the same debate about like consolidation before or after. And they had quickly sent me. It didn't matter against Vic, so we didn't check in like deeply because we were short on time. And then like there, so I don't consolidate, shoot me, he kill 4. But actually, I can consolidate, so I just tag him and he cannot shoot me. So that's helped a lot, because that means he has to put a lot on that 10-man, and that will take him ready for like a turn to just kill the 10-man. So that was cool. And then after that, it was just the game plan. Dropping the stuff, killing the stuff around, making sure the brick doesn't move.
I lose my 15th War Spider.
Yeah, the 15th part. That was the best part, actually, for me.
Yeah, that was the best part. So Incarn is dead anyway, but...
Yeah, if the Incarn was on 1 wound, I could have... It would have been annoying, but still okay, because he was around a lot of stuff. He couldn't take back the objective. I was already denying only 10 primary, so he didn't have that much of a lead, so I knew I could catch back on the end.
So Hugo, do you think there was an outing for you after such a devastating turn 1 retaliation from Liam?
Yes, I'm not surprised Liam did this after my first turn because it was normal after what I did. I'm really happy to play versus Liam. I made a lot of mistakes at the start of the turn 4. My phantasm was very bad because...
Yeah, your target priority were a little bit off at some point. Like, you target the cultist for a reason that I ignore because I could just let the blue scribe there.
Yes, yes.
And then, like, I guess advancing the knight spinner would maybe have been better because that would have cut the angle, even though I'm not 100% sure because I could have just put like the oblite on the bottom, so I don't know, but yeah.
But you can still see me.
Yeah.
So, no regret. It was a great game. It was very fun.
It was a cool game, yeah.
It was a cool game. So, GG will play Liam.
You too, it was amazing.
Well, you've gathered quite the audience back there, a lot of guys from French and Belgium rooting for both of you. So, Liam, how are you feeling having won such a major event as the LGT?
I mean, I'm still in my game right now, so I'm gonna probably be happy later when I'm gonna see all the sharing and stuff, and it's gonna be cool. I'm obviously really happy to win the event. That was my purpose. I did. That was my objective. So I wanted to win the event.
Of course.
I did it, so that's cool now.
Yeah, congratulations on that. So you're saying you're still in the game. So are you analyzing what happened, what you could have done differently, or?
I'm still debating in myself if I should have spent the Nurgle strat on that Rhino or not, because there were an argument to not spend it to keep the 2 CP to be able to play the game on turn 2. Because on 1 CP it's a little bit short, and I was there. And if I don't spend the CP and it doesn't kill me, it's like a big blob for me. And if he kill me, actually, I made the mistake after that to not put the 2 Chaos Lord not together, but not if I put on both sides, he cannot kill both. Or maybe he can, I don't know, but maybe not.
Maybe I can.
Because you can
maybe I can have the line of sight.
But whatever. But I think you made a mistake by shooting the spider into the Nurgle. You should have kept that.
Maybe, I don't know.
Because you could have first shoot the spinner. At that point I will never spend the strat because I'm in my head the spider could just kill the Rhino anyway. Yeah. Right? So you shoot or maybe I have to spend the CP then, and then you shoot and maybe kill it with the spider only, you know? So I think that would have the Nurgling where I guess it was a dynamite 3 point because I couldn't reach for Homer on that turn. So that was a fair play, but I think it was too slow, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. But after that, I don't think I made a lot of mistakes. It was okay.
See guys, take heed. The man has just won a 750-man tournament, beating some top players along the game, and what he's doing is analyzing what he could have made better rather than just living the moment and enjoying. Guys, congratulations once again. I'll let you off to rest and celebrate, and we'll be back in a moment to close out the studio. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
And see you guys in a sec.
Hello everyone again. The LGT, the London Grand Tournament, has concluded. We know the victor, we know the second and third place, congratulations to all the players out of 740 or 50 players.
750 people were signed up. I think a couple drops. Obviously, you always have these as such events, but let's stick to 750.
A massive event nonetheless. One of the biggest in the world, the biggest in Europe definitely. Liam VSL, the 40k god, the young prodigy from Team Belgium, took it, managed to win against his friend from his national team, Team Belgium. And I think they are off now to celebrate the great victory. Once again, the London Grand Tournament has not been won by a Brit, so maybe next year. We shall see.
Fired. UK Meta Soft.
Hi, Nassim. UK Meta Soft. Yeah, we can imagine you are tired, Nassim.
Although Nassim also deserves a big congratulations. He's made the podium second year in a row. Well done to him.
Yeah, absolutely mind-blowing. As I introduced them earlier, two magnificent prodigies, young guys. The 40k future is still ahead of them, and they can just achieve.
World at their feet.
Pretty much, the world is their oyster, and they can achieve so much, both on the single scene and on the teams scene. We're seeing teams being formed, teams growing, people joining those teams, and so on. It's an exciting time to be playing 40k right now, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the meta's in a really good place, which we've seen throughout the tournament. Even though we've had maybe a little bit too many Eldari at one point.
Yeah, so
it wasn't an Eldari mirror in the final, so we're thankful for that.
And we're hopeful that this tournament, one of the biggest tournaments in the world, as well as many other tournaments, will give GW a lot of food for thought and for consideration before the next balanced data slate. I think there was a ton of useful data to gather and analyze from this event, which we are extremely happy about as well.
Yeah, but I think it was a very good representation of the meta, and it's not looking bad.
Yeah, the event went smoothly. We are extremely happy to inform you that there were no incidents. Everything went absolutely fine. You could see that people are extremely happy to just celebrate the hobby, and I think this is what this all is about. Anything else to add?
Yeah, so this studio has been brought to you by Contact Lost, with all of our team members being here, namely Vitalis at the tech desk.
Making sure that the vision is good, that the audio is good. Oh my God, this guy has done so much work for us. It's unbelievable, and he doesn't get enough credit, so we need to mention him.
And that's why we mentioned him as the first guy that we're mentioning. Also, Majson was here playing the Invitational, judging the event, making short interviews from the floor on our Facebook and Instagram, which was great to have. Tweak.
And Joker.
And myself, the Joker. So, guys, if you like what we do, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We also, not only do we do the studio here at the LGT, we also did one at the WTC.
And we are bound to come back to the WTC next year, as far as we know, if nothing changes.
We've got a regular show, so interviews, etc., talking all about the meta, Warhammer 40k at the highest competitive level. We've also got a Patreon, so that's a way you can support us, so that will help us improve what we're doing here.
And come back to more events.
Yes, mainly. We're thinking about starting a GoFundMe kind of thing, maybe? Also, for gear mainly, but...
Apparently.
You'll hear about that later on. And yeah, like, subscribe, hit the bell button, you know the drill.
And also, this event was organized by Warhammer Tournaments and Zach Addington, so a huge thanks to him for inviting us, for inviting Wargames Live, without whom you wouldn't have been able to see all that amazing stuff that was happening here. So kudos to Joe from Wargames Live for actually coming, joining us, coming from across the pond and doing what he does best. I don't think anyone else can do what he does to the level that he does it. So again, visit his website. Please also do not forget that London Grand Tournament has its Facebook page, where we've put a lot of effort into uploading pictures, posting stuff. So go there, like the pictures and so on, help the company grow, help the tournament grow. And as I think the best final words, the best conclusion for this event is that if you want to see events like that or even bigger, the best way to advertise them is word of mouth. So if you go to an event like that and you like it, make sure that next time you bring a friend because this will
Yep.
help to basically double the amount of people coming to events. And we want to see as many events as possible, as big as possible. So this won't happen without you actually signing up and coming and showing your best sportsmanship.
Yep.
Right.
Help us
Mhm.
make history.
Absolutely. We would like, and Zach would like to make this event the biggest in history in the world. And this isn't possible without you people coming, showing your greatest skills, and duking it out on the tables, be it, whether you're a mid-table demon or aiming for the highest spots. It doesn't really matter. Everyone is welcome. So yeah, we hope that we will see you here next year.
And with that, all that we've got to say, apparently even here in Britain, is au revoir.
Bye guys. Until next time.